Good evening and welcome to the March 29th special Northampton School Committee meeting. I am Mayor Jean-Louise Scherer, the chair of the school committee, and I will be presiding. This meeting is being held remotely on Zoom pursuant to the modification of the state's open meeting law for the pandemic. This meeting and all participating on Zoom will be audio and video recorded. I will begin by asking the clerk to please call the roll of the school committee.
Mayor Scherer.
Present.
Member Robbins.
Member Robbins is at JFK and is on her way home, so will be with us shortly. She and I both had that fun adventure, but I live a lot closer than she does.
Thank you. I wonder if we are going to be in executive session when she gets in. So how can we figure out a way to get her into executive session?
I'll have her text me when she's ready.
And then
No?
Well,
Is that
won't
good?
there be a waiting room? And then we just
Yeah.
let her in from the waiting room?
Can I do that from executive session?
Well, I thought, don't we go into a breakout room?
You know what? I haven't done this in so long. I totally forgot about that.
Yeah, we can go into a breakout room and you can let her in.
Yeah.
From the breakout room. Yeah.
I'm going to set up a breakout room, but let me finish calling the roll. Member Gazy.
Present.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Present.
Member Stein. I'm not sure we have Member Stein yet. Member Levy.
Present.
Member Miller.
Present.
Member Goldman.
Present.
Member Agna. Member Agna, I saw you. I'm going to mark you present. You
She
might-
can't unmute, she's saying maybe, but I thought she was.
Yeah, we just unmuted her. So
Okay,
let me
now?
s-
Can you
Oh,
hear me
she
now?
needs to be
Yeah,
made a
yeah.
co-host.
Oh, I thought I made you a co-host. Sorry about that. Okay, Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Great, thank you. So this is a special meeting, but we have included public comment on the agenda. But before we begin the meeting and public comment, we will be going into executive session, hopefully not for very long. And then we will be coming back into open session. So is there a motion to enter executive session?
I can move. Request to enter executive session under Massachusetts General Law, Open Meeting, Chapter 30A, Section 21A2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel, or to conduct collective bargaining sessions or contract negotiations with non-union personnel. And Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation, if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body and the chair so declares.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, second, and the chair does so declare. Again, we will be returning to open session and the rest of the meeting. So if you're here now, please hang on or check back in and come back because we will be coming back. Okay. Annie?
Member Gazy.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
And Mayor Scherer.
Yes.
I have two questions. Are we including Bobby Jones in our executive session? And did somebody say something about Member Stein? And do we know when he's going to come? Nope. Okay.
Don't know about member Stein. And Bobby is welcome to join us if she'd like.
Okay, I'm gonna send out the invite for the
Okay.
breakout rooms.
And is there, so if a member joins after we're in the breakout room, how will we know?
That's my question.
I see Josh. Could you make Josh a co-host?
And do I have to put myself in a breakout room in order to go there? Because I'm the host, I just go, right?
I don't know the answer to that,
Neither.
but I'm sticking around here for a second. Josh, are you available?
Yes, you can
Oh.
make me a co-host.
Is that okay?
Yeah,
And are you able to see all the participants easily enough?
I'm driving from
That's-
Northampton back home, so that could be challenging for me to set up the breakout rooms, but I'm happy to be the person who stays out.
Thank
keep
you
the
for being the
open.
person who stays out. We're looking for someone, if, I see Karen, Albano. Here, Karen. Karen, can you make Karen a co-host as well, please?
Sorry, I wasn't allowed to unmute myself until you made me a host, but
you.
I'm on a device, so if you need me to do anything, it might be a little bit easier if Josh is traveling.
Thank you
And-
so much. Could you keep a look at which members are we missing? Is it just member Stein?
Member
Any-
Stein and member Robbins.
Okay, could you keep a lookout for member Stein and member Robbins? And then how do we pull them into the breakout room?
I think I might have to make Karen the host.
The host, okay. And then she can put them into breakout room 1?
I think. If we have a problem with it, Karen, will you text me and then we'll come back out from breakout and go, make sure when they come back in, we'll just redo the breakout room, I guess.
Yeah, I should be able to send them, I think. Are you going to create the initial room and send everybody in it that needs to go?
Yeah,
Almost
it's already,
everyone's in there. So it's room 1. Did you want to add Bobby to it as well, Annie?
I think she's in there.
Oh, it's funny because I see her in here.
I know she hasn't gone in yet. It says
Okay.
not joined.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay.
She's in.
Okay.
So
Oh, there,
let's try this. And Karen, if you have any trouble, did I just make you host?
I see member Stein. Can you make him a co-host and send him in?
Yep. Oops, I just got rid of my, here we go. I can't do it because I'm not the host anymore. Karen, can you make me the
Karen,
host
can you
again?
make member Stein a co-host? Thanks, everybody.
And send me and the mayor and member Stein in.
I can go in. I'm just waiting.
I made him a co-host.
Great. So
I
now,
can't go in because I made the breakout room when I was host.
okay, so Karen, can you assign member Stein and Annie to breakout room 1?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then once I see you both disappear, I will disappear. I will feel like almost everyone's where they need to be. And then you're just looking for member Robbins, please.
And I think she's on her way. She thought it was in person, was at JFK. So
Yeah, I heard. Okay, there goes Annie. There goes member Stein. Okay, I'm leaving now. Thank you so much, Karen.
No problem.
comment at this point now. And so if you would like to make a comment, oh wait, hold on. This just popped up here for some reason. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise your hand by going to reactions in the menu bar. And if you're calling in by phone, you can comment by hitting *9. Before you begin, please state your name and your city or town for the public record, and I'll set a 3-minute timer to ensure everyone has an equal opportunity to speak. We have a long meeting, so brevity is always appreciated. Don't feel obligated to use all 3 minutes. And if those who are not the school committee and who are not speaking, if you could please turn off your video until called upon, because only the person recognized has the floor. So we will go to Andrea Gito first.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Andrea Agito. I am the president of the Northampton Association of School Employees and a kindergarten teacher at Ryan Road Elementary School. And I would like to just start by saying thank you to all of you for a successful superintendent search. And we all feel very excited and enthusiastic to move forward with a new superintendent for next year. The other thing I have 2 items that I would just like to share with you. The first is I noticed on the budget that there was a possible vote on the agenda, that there was a possible vote on the budget this evening. And I would like to implore all members of the committee to hold off on voting on a budget. We still have a lot to do and 2 more weeks before you need to approve the budget for the city council. And so I would implore you to hold off. And with that in mind, I would also like to share that on April 7th, we are organizing a bus to leave from Northampton High School at 7 a.m. to drive into Boston to the State House and lobby our legislators and implore our governor, and also attend a Ways and Means public hearing on the budget to advocate for more funding for Northampton public schools. And so I would love to extend an invitation to any members of the committee and also to anyone else on this call. If you would like to come with us, we do have limited seats on the bus, but it would be on a first come, first serve basis, right? After certain staff members. And I would like to thank Dr. Janelle Pearson Campbell for approving the a certain number of staff members to be able to go on January 7th to advocate for this funding. Thank you, Dr. Pearson Campbell. I'll be working with the principals to make sure that our schools are well staffed and we have coverage and subs, and everybody will be there for the students, but at the same time releasing some staff members to be able to make the trip to Boston, to be able to talk with our legislators and really advocate for better funding for Northampton. So thank you, Dr. Pearson Campbell. And I, again, extend an invitation. Would love to have any members of the committee join us on the bus to Boston. So thank you all.
Thank you so much. Okay, next is Karen Hidalgo.
Hi, I'm Karen Hidalgo. I live in Northampton and I have 2 children in the district and I work at the high school, and would like to echo the sentiments. I'm very excited about how the superintendent search went and feeling optimistic about many things in the schools at this point. The budget for next year is not one of them. I'm nervous, and I know that you all want the schools to have what they need. And I'm not sure what the right forum is, but I wanted to talk about Proposition 2.5, because I sometimes hear people saying that we can't keep having overrides. And it seems to me like it's not well understood that Proposition 2.5 was designed to require overrides, that it would have been Proposition 3%, I think, if it were designed to stay at pace with inflation. And so I don't know if that's a potential solution for us for this year or next year or when in the future, but I'm happy to be part of a campaign to help people understand based on what I know about how that works. And I'm just want to share that I'm scared for the high school. I think we've been understaffed for years, and I think we're at bare bones right now. And I'm just worried about what next year is going to look like. And I know that you all care a lot about the schools, and I'm hoping that we can find a way to work together to keep the situation in the future from being too painful and from losing programming and students also. I know that enrollment has, I've heard that enrollment has been down in the district. It has not been down at the high school. I think it went down a little bit during the pandemic, but enrollment has been generally trending upward at the high school during the 8 years that I've been there. And I think that if we start to lose programming and have larger class sizes, that we will begin to see enrollment decline. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you. Member Seraphy Cox, do you have your hand up for public comment?
Not for public comment. I just wanted to clarify. I think Andrea Gito in her comments accidentally said January 4th was the date of going to Boston, and or sorry, January 7th, but it's April, not January. That was all.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Any other comments? I'm just doing a little scroll through because I don't see any other hands. Okay, if there are no further comments, then we will end public comment and move to our first item on the agenda, which is vote on approval of the superintendent contract. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve the superintendent contract.
Second.
Motion's been made by member Levy and was seconded by member Seraphy Cox, I think. Yes. Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please, Annie.
Member Miller,
Yes.
member Goldman,
Yes.
member Agna,
Yes.
member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
member Robbins,
Member Robbins may need to be made a co-host, I'm guessing.
member
Or-
Robbins can.
Oh, wait, I just unmuted. There you go.
Okay, I got it. Oh
Member-
yeah, yes.
Thank you. Member Gazy,
Yes.
member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
and member Stein.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Member Levy says yes too.
Oh,
Oh, member Levy, I did skip you. I'm sorry. Member Levy, I had an X because, I'm sorry. Thank you.
okay.
Unanimous.
Okay, that has been approved, and that brings us to our next item, which is discussion and possible vote on the FY24 MPS district budget. And I will hand it over to Dr. Pearson Campbell and Bobby, yes?
Yep. Janelle, are you going to share the presentation? And while you're doing that, I would just like to say, I know this budget has been a little bit different than what you're used to. I will say that I've been learning and doing a lot of getting to know the people and getting to know the accounts. So I am doing a work in progress. The point is we do have to cut. And that's true. So we have to cut of 1.2 million from the budget as proposed, which is a 37,770,206. And then we also have to make up for the school choice deficit of 1,100,000. And the updated slides on the presentation will show that. I also sent out documents today that showed FY21, FY22 actual expenditures for the general fund. And then the general fund FY23 versus 24 budget. Late, yes, but I did send that out just so that you'll have it for your future. Additionally, well, I think what we'll do is if we can show those slides, that would be good. Just to start with that. And then take questions.
I think Dr. Pearson Campbell might need to be made a co-host.
Thank you. So I do thank you all for your patience and understanding while I navigate this new district.
Okay, Bobby, I'm going to do the slides for you.
Okay, thank you. I think you've all seen this, so we should probably get down to the meat and potatoes. We all know that we are trying to support the schools in the best way that we can. The city has really worked in conjunction with us to give us what they have given their constraints, and also the things that they have to pay for education that aren't seen on this side of things, such as school choice out, and charter out and those sort of things, as well as benefits for our school employees.
Bobby, this section's for also too for Josh Dixon too, talking about tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. If you can look at your screen, can you see it?
I can see it, yeah.
Okay.
Is Josh here? I think he is. Do we see Josh here?
Yes, sorry, I was here. I just couldn't unmute. So the next two slides, so this one and the next one were something that Dr. Pearson Campbell asked me to put together in terms of sort of our gold standard and overarching goals for the Northampton Public Schools, which is really just, as you know, is to support all learners. And the best way that we can do that is by ensuring that we have strong multi-tiered systems of support, including tier 1 general education instruction, tier 2 targeted support, and then tier 3 intensive support, as well as special education. And I know that Director Dory and the vertical reading and math team have been working diligently in terms of looking at different ELA curricula for next year to support our tier 1 instruction in an explicit manner that supports all learners. And you can go to the next slide, Janelle. Keep going. And so essentially, she just asked me to put together the sort of gist of what the 3 tiers are, and the fact that the goal is for us to have access for all students to high quality instructional materials within the general education classroom. And then to provide the students who need additional support on top of that high quality instructional materials, whether that be within the classroom or outside of the classroom in small groups. And then again, on top of that, adding an additional layer of support or additional instruction from targeted interventionists for tier 3, and then if needed, additional supports through special education. And then one piece that I had pulled together historically looking at fiscal years 2008 through 2002. So this graph outlines the total expenditures for special education in blue versus total expenditures for the entire district. It takes into account both the school committee budget as well as our grants, both federal and state, and then all of the expenditures that also are on the city side. So when we think of, okay, Charles, now is not a good time for you to squeak your toy. Out, please. Thanks. So when we think of health insurance, as well as special education costs going to charter schools, other public schools, as well as school choice funding that we pay to other school districts. That's all represented in blue. And then orange is everything else. So it's general ed and special ed, as well as all of the undistinguished expenses that the city puts in, like health insurance and benefits, electricity, et cetera, that can't be distinguished between special education and general education. So the gist of this slide was just to show that over the course of the past number of years, special education expenditures ranged from 22 to 23% of the overall budget, and number of expenditures that occurred for all educational expenses. So even though we've had an increase in the number of special education students over the course of the years, the sort of percentage of the pie that special education represents has not drastically grown in comparison to the total budget overall. And these numbers come from our end of year reports, which are filed by the business office at the conclusion of every year. And there's a number of different sort of factors that make up the totals, which I'm happy to sort of talk more about. And then the other piece is that they are also audited by our independent accounting firm each year and certified by DESE. So the reason that FY22 has asterisks next to it is because those have not yet been certified by DESE, last year's financial report. It's still going through the referral process, but the rest of the information has been and is available on DESE's website.
Josh, can I interject for a second?
Sure.
I thought I saw that member Stein had his hand up. I just want, oh, he does. I just want to ask, would you and Dr. Pearson Campbell and Bobby, would you prefer going through the entire presentation and then taking questions, or having fielding questions as you go through slide by slide?
I don't have a preference. I don't have any additional slides really through the rest. So if member Stein's question is related to that graph, it may be helpful to field it now.
Now, okay. All right, member Stein.
Yeah, it's in reference to that graph. And we're just following up on something we talked a little bit about in the Budget and Property Subcommittee. I didn't know if you're able to determine if the ESSER's dollars were included in the 2020, 2021, 2022 line. I know you said all federal and state grants, but I didn't know if it was like the customary ones or if those were also part of it.
So what would probably be helpful is for me to answer that. Bobby, do you know off the top of your head?
Yeah, I think they were, the ESSER grants were included.
I
Yes.
think it's included too. What I can do is just look through the financial report and see if it specifically notes ESSER. It might.
Yeah, I mean, the reason for the question is like, I'm trying to understand the relative growth. And so if there's like that bubble that makes it look higher than it might not otherwise be, or like, we'll drop off based on, the funding running out, it's sort of important. And then the other question is, if I'm looking at it correctly, which is, it seems to me that in the orange category is a composite of the benefits and retirement that are paid out for school employees. Is that correct?
So it would be any expenditure that's categorized as an education expenditure.
Okay, so I'm going to assume that it is. I'm not entirely sure, but if it is, I think what's difficult here and what's not really shown is that, when we met last time, and I got to say, I really appreciate you and Bobby and everybody else like doing tons of excavation and archaeological work to try to update all sorts of reports and try to get a handle around what's been going on. And last time we sort of established that we had added like 47 or 48 FTEs in special ed from 2016 to 2022. And I just wanted to point out that all of those increased benefit costs and insurance show up in the orange. So like, that's we've increased the staff by like a quarter over that time period. So like those boosts in the orange are coming from boosts in blue. Like there's a relationship between the blue and the orange in that way. So I just wanted to point that out when I look at it as I'm trying to understand how to make sense of the visual representation.
Right. So I guess that would be true. I guess what I would say is that even if the orange includes those expenditures, there's still a heck of a lot more orange than there is blue. And so I guess that was sort of the message that was intended to be sort of hit home. And even with some of the additions of FTEs, so historically paraprofessionals have been grouped as a whole. It hasn't been separated from special ed to regular ed, divided between regular ed and special ed. And so when you look at the increase of FTEs, like there is a number of FTEs that aren't related to special education. So in the follow-up memo that I had shared around the historical look, that's only special ed paraeducators from FY 22, 23, and then projected for 24. Those numbers are we actually saw a dip this year. And then we'll see sort of level funding, level positions from FY 22 and FY 24. And so I just think that sort of percentages are pretty equal in terms of looking at overall. If the budget jumps, say 10 or $14 million from one fiscal year, sort of in the early years to now, the percentage of special ed is still the same. Whether we've had an increased number of FTEs, that means there's had to have been a drop in expenditures someplace else. And so otherwise the percentage would be higher.
Right, but the memo, right, the original memo showed sort of what the drop is, right? So in adding a certain segment of FTEs and dropping the paras, there was an increase, right, in Pam Plummer's memo of 1.25 million a year and a savings of only 165,000. So like the FTEs aren't equal, and the FTEs we added are more costly than the paras. And we still haven't quite figured out the para situation. But regardless, like the part of the growth of the orange is the addition of those staff and the growth in those benefits. And those are directly tied to the blue, right? So that percentage of the overall is driven in different ways. Like, I don't know, I'm not sure we're only spending the same percentage on special ed when we think about how many more FTEs in special ed we've added and how those benefits and retirement add up in the orange, right? So it's sort of driving the other line up in a way that we're not really accounting for. So it looks like the orange is growing a lot faster than the special ed, but included within that are benefits and retirement tied to special ed employees, right? So I think that's the rub for me in the presentation.
Are you all set, Member Stein? I can continue. Okay, thank you. Are you all set, Josh?
Yes.
Okay, I'm moving on. Bobby, this is your section.
Okay. I'm gonna mute you. Okay, so the FY24 level service budget, 37,772,006, which is as presented, that does not include the cuts, which you'll see in a further slide. The FY23 approved budget was 35,159,372, an increase of 2,610,000 or a 7.43% increase. This slide shows you that the city gave us a 4% increase. So that would bring us to the 36,565, which means we need to cut from our budget the 1,204,459. And then a future slide will show you, in addition to that, that we also have to cut to make up the deficit for school choice. So our proposed budget, the 37,770, the city's contribution, 36,565. You have to add in the school choice deficit, which I would bring you back to Susan Wright's presentation from August 11th, 2022. At that point, she indicated we'd be about 1,100,000 in a deficit at the end of FY24 if we continued on the path that we had. So to rectify that, we put some of the paraprofessionals that were paid out of school choice into the general fund budget. And then we put 615,288 into the general fund budget. That's the paraprofessionals that I was speaking about a minute ago. And then we're planning to put another 600 from unexpended FY23 funds back into the school choice, of which 439,810 will be added to the 615,288 to reduce the anticipated deficit. To reduce the impact on the 24 budget, we anticipate an increase of 360,234 in out-of-district tuitions. That's due to multiple factors, one of which is 14% increase in out-of-district tuitions, which is approved by the OSD. We also have to have 15% reserved from our FY24 IDEA entitlement grants to address the disproportionality. And that part you will see is actually part of some of the suggested restructuring that Josh Dixon did. So, and then we also will see a decreased reimbursement from circuit breaker. So to give you a little background on circuit breaker, what we typically do is each year Josh does a claim form to claim the monies, and it's based on, let's see if I'll say this right, the prior year. We can carry the money for 1 year. So to keep a consistent number, what we do is we use our previous year's allocation, the current year, so we'd use FY22's allocation for 23. 23's allocation will be used for 24 because we can keep that number for 1 year. So that's what we do with the circuit breaker piece. There's an additional piece that is called extraordinary circuit breaker, which is like the second bite of the pie, if you will. If we go over 25% more than our previous year, we get a reimbursement called extraordinary. So that typically has to be used within that same year. In the governor's budget that still needs to be passed, the piece of it is that we would get that special reimbursement next year and be able to carry it into FY25. And we would get it not on just the 25% over, but if we were 10% over. And then it has another factor as to, it would have to be 5% of our net school spending. So of which we would qualify. So I would recommend at this point that that's a number we would use to help us further into FY25. So to prevent the local budget from absorbing all the costs that we need, we recommend the use of 400,000 from ESSER 3. And then, and I can't see that there. 161.90 from the funds put back into, oh yeah, so that's a combination of the two. So the 560 and the 160 would be the combination to put back in from FY23. So what I was told from the previous interim, I guess it was, business administrator, is that it's typical to have between 3 and 5% left in a school budget for various reasons. As you can imagine, either the electricity is lower or higher, or the oil is lower or higher. The hiring increases, decreases, change. So there's usually some monies that are left over, and it's usually between 3 and 5%. The 600 that I'm counting on would be less than 2% of that.
Mayor, can we ask questions?
Yes,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, go ahead, Member Levy.
Thanks. Can you keep that slide up, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. I have a number of questions. I'm going to try and be brief because I see a number of hands and I know we have a lot more slides. The first question I have is, you know, in our last meeting, we had asked to be updated when changes were made and be kept up to date about what those changes were. I didn't receive any communications about the budget until today, where we received this deck. And I'm feeling a little frustrated that I know that there have been updates made to the budget without our being told. And so I guess one of the questions, or one of my hopes as we go through this deck, is that you all please highlight for us what's new information and why from the last version that we received. So my first question is, this extra amount of money that we are needing to account for, yes, Susan Wright let us know that we had this deficit back in the summer, but this wasn't in the last version of the budget. Am I correct?
No, I have been presenting this since we started in December. We've had conversations with the Budget and Property Subcommittee. It was said in school committee meetings.
Sure. Like, we've been talking about this amount of money, but we haven't seen this before, correct?
Well, I guess which part, because we have included Susan Wright's presentation prior.
Was this slide, is this a new slide?
It's a new slide based off of other information, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you please walk me through each of the numbers to help me understand what is, I don't understand when we say something like tuitions, $360,000, 234 in out of district tuitions. Is that money coming in or money going out?
Money going out.
Okay, so
let me break it down. I don't know if this will help it to make it any easier. So I did it in two parts. So there's the 1.2 we have to cut off of the general fund budget as presented with the 37,770, right? And then there's the piece of having to cut somewhere, somehow, the amount that we would be over in school choice of the $1.1 million. So to do that, we cut the $1.2 million, and I'm rounding here, or proposed, we didn't cut, we proposed, which you'll see in future slides, to cut the $1.2 million from the general fund. And then we're proposing to use 400,000 in ESSER funds and 600,000 in tailings from FY23.
okay, what would that 400,000 in ESSER funds have been spent on otherwise?
Okay, And that would have been for the outdoor learning pavilions, which my understanding when I came in this year in October, my understanding was that we couldn't complete that in time. And not only that, but that it was a Title IX, and I always get nervous about saying that because I'm not sure I have the right number, but Title IX issue in that Bridge Street doesn't have the room or the area to have one of those. So that's what I came into. So that's what that would be. And I've also talked openly about that as well previously. So that's where that would come from, that 400,000. It wouldn't come from any other, that's any other areas in which that grant was written.
Okay. Thanks. I think for me, I appreciate that this is spelled out with words and bullets, but I think for me, it's really helpful to see numbers lined up to be able to understand what is the cost, what is the savings, what is the new, what are the cuts, and what are the new expenditures. I'll yield to Member Robbins.
I have questions about this too, but let's go to everyone. So Member Robbins.
Thanks. And thanks, Bobby. And, you know, some of this I think we have seen before, and some you have put into sort of a different format. One question I've had that's been kind of overriding is, and I'd actually like to hear it from you. And I know Josh has tried to explain it to us before, but maybe a different voice will help. How will the restructuring of the special education department further our savings and our ability to be able to possibly qualify for the extraordinary circuit breaker? Is that what I heard you say?
No, not the extraordinary circuit breaker, but the disproportionality. So we get a grant called the it's been around a long time and I'm going to call it the wrong name, but we get the IDEA grant, which is a special ed grant. And we were identified as not having done, and forgive me because I don't really understand all of this, but not doing that. So we have to set aside a certain percentage of that grant to fund for disproportionality, which I believe is like 125,000. So in Josh's restructuring, the way he's restructuring, he can write, and it's still going to be approved by the state, but he could write into that to say that a certain part of this would be in regards to addressing the disproportionality. So we could actually use what we thought we originally had to withhold, that 125, the way he's restructuring, he could write it in to say that this is part of the restructuring to address the disproportionality.
Thank you. And I think then we're going to need to hear from Josh exactly what that would be and why that would be different than what we're already doing.
Yeah, I think you, because I don't think I could explain. I mean, I have the general concept, but I don't think I could explain.
Yeah, no, I've been trying to figure it out too, and how spending the money saves us money, and it still seems a little hypothetical. But thank you, Bobby. I know I've asked you this before, but I still don't get it.
Yeah, it's hard. I understand. It's hard to wrap your head around that, but basically, if we kept going with the way we were going, we might not be able to use funding of that amount that we had to set aside for the disproportionality.
Okay, so if we don't change the way we're doing what we're doing, we can't use that. Here's Josh. Thank you, Josh.
Sure, no problem. So, so this was sort of divided into two in half in memo 1 and memo 2. So We were identified as significantly disproportionate for students who are Hispanic as identifying them as having a communication disability. As part of that finding, we have to reserve approximately $125,000 of our IDEA grants to address that issue. The problem is that we utilize our 240 and 262 grants primarily to pay our out-of-district tuitions. So that means that $125,000 that we would normally pay for tuitions, out-of-district tuitions, from our grants is now not available. So that amount of money had to be moved into another funding source because those tuitions have to be paid. So the way that the restructuring saves us money is that I reached out to the state and said, one of the reasons that we may be significantly disproportionate is because our current strategy for eligibility determination is left up to our special education teachers at the elementary schools. And so one way to address that issue or to make it more consistent would be to have either ETLs or special ed coordinators at the elementary level, the same way we do for middle and high school. So in order to fund those, and this gets a little complicated, so I'm just going to leave it sort of as simple as I can. We're using $65,000 of that restructuring of the reservation, so of the 125,000, to pay for part of those two ETL positions at the elementary schools. If we don't do that, if we don't put those positions in place, then we can't use that $65,000 for that purpose. So what that means is that that would not be a reduction that we could count on when we're looking at closing the budget gap.
So you're
So
saying
that's-
we can count on that. We can count on getting from the state qualifying for that. And I have one other question, which is, are the people who are they're going to be 0.5 at the elementary schools?
So it would be two people amongst the 4 elementary schools. So in my table on my memo, I divided it as 0.5 to each. Yes.
Okay. And are they union? Are they union members? They're in A.
Yes, they're unit A on the teacher
I think
contract.
I saw a thing where part of that responsibility would be that they could commit the district resources. They can actually make a decision about using resources. Is that contractually legitimate?
So it is regulation. That's regulation that we have to have an individual at every team meeting who can commit district resources. And currently it's our special education teachers, unless myself, one of the associate directors, or building principal is there. It's whoever the team chair is the individual who tends to be able to commit district resources.
So is that something contractually that union members can do? Because I was always, having been a union member for a long time, I always thought we couldn't do that. That had to go to an administrator to approve.
So we can't actually say it has to go to an administrator. So for any challenge, so let me answer both questions. The first answer to your question is, I don't know of any prohibition of union members doing that, because that's been the practice at the elementary schools for a number of years, except for meetings where there is an administrator present. So that's the first part. The second part is that for complicated team meetings or meetings where there are concerns around sort of committing district resources, it's not atypical for either myself, one of the associate directors, or a building principal to either be there, or for us to have conversations with staff so that we know sort of whether we reschedule the meeting so that one of us can be there, or we've already actively been involved But for example, if we had a team meeting where a student needed speech twice a week, that's considered committing district resources. And so being able to say, yes, you know, we're going to provide Johnny 2 times 30 speech is the equivalent of, even though the dollar amount isn't the same, as saying Johnny needs a one-on-one. So in the eyes of the regulation, it's the same role. My fear is that I don't want that variability amongst, you know, I don't want to have our special education teachers have to have that variability. I want there to be a smaller group of individuals who are committing district resources that that I and the associate director are working directly with. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question?
I only have one more question and we'll pass it
Sure.
on.
No, that's okay.
So when an IEP is created with the team,
Yes.
and it's a draft or it's a finalized at that setting, doesn't it go to you as the top administrator to verify and say, yeah, we can afford this. This is a reasonable IEP. I approve it.
So that's a great question. So it is not a draft. So the IEP that comes out of a team meeting is the document and the services that the district has said that the student needs. What it does do is come to me as the LEA signatory, which means that I'm saying that the district will provide the services outlined in the plan. The challenge is that I also look to make sure, for example, that the dates are correct on, you know, that the content of the IEP is actually in line with what regulations say, but I can't unilaterally change a service. And so what we're finding is that, what I'm finding is that there can be a lot of variability amongst service delivery for students who may have a similar profile across the board. And while every decision is individual based on the IEP team, I think what would be helpful, which is why I think both in the short term and the long term, that having essentially 4 people making and committing those district resources outside of the special ed administrators is that we can work directly and train directly with them and meet with them on a regular basis in a way that we can't with, say, 50 special education teachers, if that makes sense. I can't reject an IEP and say, no, we can't afford that. But there's rarely any meeting that is committing a large amount of district resources that either myself, one of the associate directors, that either myself or one of the associate directors is not at when it gets to sort of that level.
So in the change and the restructuring, I would seem that our goal would be to reduce the number of students requiring special services. And what's
Correct.
the percentage now? But you told me we had an additional number that we accrued during March.
Sure. So from my, so I think, and I may be a little off, I can't remember if it was January or February, I apologize, but we were at the high 600s. When I wrote the memo, so that would have been in March, we had gone up to 713 active IEPs. So there was 16 additional.
How many 504s?
I didn't check 504s.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Member Survey Cox.
Yes, my question is about what, I know what the 360,000 number, under number 2, I remember that number from your first presentation. I'm curious then in the second bullet down, it says 560,000. Can you explain why there's an additional $200,000 there?
Sure, absolutely. So the overall increase in out-of-district tuitions from FY23 to FY24 is projected to be that $360,000 figure.
Mm-hmm.
The $560,000 figure is the increase to the local appropriation because of the 14%, because of the reasons listed in that bullet. So the 14% increase in out-of-district tuition rates, our required reservation of our IDEA grants, so that approximate $125,000, and the decrease in our circuit breaker reimbursement, because in FY 22, FY 22's reimbursement was smaller than years prior because we didn't have as many students as we had in prior years to meet the threshold amount. So those three factors together essentially reduced the amount of grant we could use, and it reduced the amount of circuit breaker available to cover our tuition costs. And so 560,000 had to be made up through the local appropriation. So the total is only 360, but the impact to the local budget would have been 560,000.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does. But it's the 360 that we would need to look at for reimbursement through the governor's supplemental budget.
So yes, so that would be the amount of money that would be eligible for our increase in total from tuitions from 23 to 24. And I am in the process of doing our extraordinary relief application, which is due this week. So I will know whether we met the threshold and what our reimbursement for that could be for this year.
Sorry, when will you know that by our next meeting?
So I will know how much money we would get back and be able to use this year if we meet the threshold. That doesn't impact next year's supplemental budget, but it could impact how much money we are actually expending from the local budget this year on tuition. Does that make sense?
Yep. Thank you.
And so the third bullet is how Dr. Pearson Campbell and Bobby are figuring out how to make up that 560,000.
Can I just ask a really quick follow-up to that? I so appreciate, Josh, that these numbers seem to be in your head and you know them. I just want to know, where are they for us to see in order to make sense of all of this? You've sent us memos, we have a budget book, we have this presentation. Where should we be looking to see this?
So the easiest place for you to see the information would probably be the first memo that I shared. Because the way that, and I'll tell you why. So the way that Bobby has structured our tuition lines in the most recent PDFs only accounts for the local appropriation. So it doesn't account for all of the other funding sources, if that makes sense.
I mean, it makes sense. I am just continuing to feel frustrated that I have to open 17 different documents to try and make sense of all of this. You just laid it out in a very articulate, clear way. And I wonder why we don't have it in front of us in that same way.
So
maybe not something for you to have to respond to. I think for Bobby, as we're putting together budget books, as we're putting together presentations, I would really be served by seeing all of these numbers together in one place.
Absolutely. And I can only say that I'm learning, and I'll get a little better as to your process and the way that you work. It's definitely been different because there's been requests from many in some varying ways. And also, we set forth to do the presentation, which I thought was pretty clear going in. And then it was decided to do the book itself, which was kind of a scramble. And I certainly don't feel that that was, my best work in any way. But it's a process. I've got to learn what you expect, and I have to then put it together in that way. I didn't have a clear idea going into this budget of what was expected from me in the way of showing it. So I can't say anymore.
Member Stein.
Thanks. I want to offer a few comments and then a question for Bobby. And just wanted to sort of say that one of the things I've appreciated being on the Budget and Property Subcommittee is trying to get my hands around these very complicated figures. And just knowing that it's like, $42 million, it's massive amounts of money we're talking about. And it's a huge puzzle that each year we're trying to put together. And one thing I really didn't appreciate until I got into the details that may, I think, partially answer or explain, I think, Dina's frustration or concern is that certain expenses are historically tied to certain revenue areas. And that's not at all entirely apparent to one, right? You just look at the overall figure. So the sort of the trade-offs and the pushing back and forth are happening sort of between those sort of silos. And it's not really clear until you really get into the weeds that that's what's going on. So I think that's like some of just like the structural difficulty of trying to offer it in a really easily digestible way. Because it's like ends up being just like a really huge puzzle. Like for example, when Josh talks about budget relief with that 125,000, it's like we're getting that grant money regardless. We're just being told we have to use it in a specific way. And Josh is saying, okay, well, if we use part of it in this way, we can also add it to this personnel line item, right? So it's sort of like we're not actually getting more money. It's just a matter of like, how are you moving it around under the requirements you have and the funding sources you're getting it from, right? So there's a lot of that that's going on in the budget, especially with circuit breaker. You have it's a year behind always, right? And then there's a proposal that for the out of district tuitions next year, we might be able to capture it quarterly the year of, but we may not be eligible. I mean, there's just like all of this complexity that makes it hard to say X, Y, and Z. But the thing I want to mention in particular is I don't think a lot of people, even though we had Susan Wright's presentation, really understand how we got the $1.1 million deficit. I've worked really hard to try to understand this. Even at the Budget and Property Committee meeting, we were sort of trying to talk about this and figure it out. And one thing I want to highlight is that we call it a school choice deficit, but the spending has like no relation to school choice students. So people watching this, especially the public, we're calling it the school choice deficit, but it's not a deficit of money coming in for school choice students that we're having to make up. Like it's not a cost of school choice students. So when you read it, it may appear that way. The reason we're calling it the school choice deficit is because there's a revolving account, one of the few that's allowed for school committees to have, school districts rather. And one of those is the school choice deficit, right? So we get paid, I don't know, $5,000 a student or something in school choice dollars. It comes in every year and it goes into this revolving account. And that's separate from other accounts that we have. And the way budgeting is done is certain expenses get attached to certain accounts. So the way that the previous superintendent balanced the budget the last few years was by attaching a bunch of expenses to that account, which drew down its balance from $4 million down to a $1.1 million deficit. And now essentially we're paying back that deficit, okay? So we can ask like what expenses were tied to that? Like what Bobby's explaining, if I understand her, is that we've moved line items that were attached to that account, which is now in the red, to other parts of the budget because we can't just overspend an account that has no money in it. So that's sort of the problem we're in. Like the 1.1 million is like a multi-year hole that was dug by attaching certain operational costs largely to an account that was being depleted faster than it was filling up. Like that's how we got there, but it doesn't have anything to do with school choice students or actually mapped to school choice student expenditures. So I just want like the public to know it's not a question of like our school choice students costing us more than they're bringing in. That's like a whole separate thing you can look at, but that's why we have the 1.1. And it's ironic that it nearly mirrors the entire deficit we have, right? We're asked to cut 1.2 million and we're looking at a 1.1 million hole that was dug. So I guess, the way we're trying to fill that hole, right, is taking, like Bobby said, the residuals of what we haven't spent, so she thinks we can sweep 615 to 88 back into it, and then getting that 400 and another 160 next year, right? So like, that's how we're getting out of the hole, but that's all money that we can't spend on the other things we're now cutting for, right? So that now we're making a 1.2 million cuts on top of that, right? So like the ESSER money could have been used to continue to pay some of our paras, other positions that are funded. So it's just important to understand, like, that's how we got here. I think part of the increases in special education are part of it. I haven't seen exactly what's been attached to this account for direct funding items for a number of years, but it was a way that historically the district has been able to hide sort of a deficit among a lot of growth. And now we're having to deal with it.
Yeah, not hide. I don't think anybody was trying to hide anything.
I mean, it was out in the open, but it was a way to, like, it was unsustainable. It was just an unsustainable practice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Bobby, am I right about do I have this like right?
Yes, and do you want to apply for the business administrator job?
God, no, it took me forever just to figure out this tiny piece.
You did a great job. That was awesome. Yeah.
Thanks.
So I have a request of the committee, which is that I have some questions, and I'm wondering if the committee would be willing to suspend the rule that I need to pass the gavel to the vice chair till a vote's taken. I don't even know. I'm seeing nods. I just want to, does anyone object to that? I can't see all of you because of the screen sharing, so like speak up with your voice if you object. Okay. Hearing none and seeing thumbs. I'm going to ask some questions if that's okay. So first I want to say that I appreciate that this version, kind of like what Member Stein and other people have said, makes it much more clear that there is more than that $1.2 million deficit, which I think we've been very focused on. There's also the school choice deficit. I've been really concerned about this for a while and thought that it was unclear that we actually have a much larger deficit than is being kind of talked about. So Bobby, I hope you can walk me through some bits of this slide that I've spent a lot of time trying to understand, and I'm still not totally clear on. So the second bullet, the 615,288.
Yeah.
When
go ahead.
So when you mentioned that you're removing that expense and you're removing that expense into the general budget. You're removing it from where?
So typically, the majority of all the paraprofessionals have been paid out of school choice. So
Okay.
the 615,288 is taking what was typically paid from school choice and putting it back into the general fund. And this is a practice you'll find when you actually use salaries in a grant, which, I would in any way try to frown upon that. But sometimes you just have to. But that's what it is. So it was 615,288 that was typically used for paraprofessionals in the school choice fund. And it was over expending that fund. That, and I think Member Stein had said this in a meeting earlier, that checking account, so to speak. So that's what that is.
Right, but that account's already in deficit. So you're pulling it from something in deficit and putting it into something else in deficit.
Yes, essentially, but it has to go somewhere. Right? So, I mean, I probably could have shown it in a different way maybe, but we put it in there. So we're asking that 615,288 is part of the 37,770, right? Which now we have to cut from that general fund, but we had to put that in somewhere.
So then how is that going to be covered?
It's that 615,288 is part of the original budget request of the 37,770. And then we have the reductions that are going to be seen as, again, in the future slides, of the 1.2. So yeah, you have to move it around, and it's, you know, it's all language. Where are you putting it, you know? But what it's trying to do is trying to get you back into a place where you don't have that deficit in the school choice, and knowing that we have to do, you know, contractual obligations that we can next year into 25, because we're going to be in the same position in 25. But hopefully a little less.
So
Because
that's
we're
part of the 1.2.
the 650, yes, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so in your memo, you say you're going to cover 600,000 with tailings.
Yeah.
And the other portion of that 1.1 million is going to come from ESSER.
Right.
But isn't that also covering a portion of that special ed increase?
Yep. So you're looking at the, I gotta find my numbers here again. So you got the, of the 600,000, 439,810 is the school choice piece. And I think that's in there somewhere. Yeah, 439,810 is part of the school choice piece. And then of that 600, the 160, 190 will go to those sped costs. And again, I could have shown this in a different way. I could have put this, I suppose, all into the budget itself, and then we would have had to cut. So I agree, and maybe I did not explain this in the best way, but bottom line, that's what we have to do. So yeah, so the 439,810 is part of, in conjunction with the 615,288. And then the other piece of it is going to the SPED along with the ESSER 400.
Okay, and then, so we're talking about a 1.1 million deficit in school choice, but on slide 14, well, I guess we haven't gotten to that slide yet, so I could wait. The next slide is the school choice projected use slide. Do you want me to wait?
It's up to you. I mean, it's easier if we have that slide up for everybody.
Okay. So this shows a 270, a little bit over 270,000 deficit, right?
Yeah.
In Susan Wright's presentation from August, that's linked in this, it shows the need to use $3,314,303, and you're showing a use of $2,294,86.
Right.
So is that the 1.1 difference?
Well, that's part of the piece that we put back into the budget. So the expenses that you're seeing, the 2290, that is putting back 615,288. So if you went to her slide from her actual presentation slide, and we put 615,288 back into the general fund. So we're not reducing. So this deficit looks different than what her slide would be. Because of that, because we did put under the actual, well, it's actual, but it's projected for 24 expenses. We reduced what we would be doing, because we put it back, the 615,288 back into the general fund.
Okay. And maybe this is what Member Stein was asking for, but is there a breakdown of what school choice is going to be being used for?
It's typically been used just for paraprofessional salaries, general ed and special ed. There is
the only thing that we've used. So before we started using more than we brought in revenue, it was being used for para salaries, but in a balanced way that allowed it to still grow or maintain, right? And this is essentially a reserve fund that has been spent, reserve fund that's been spent into deficit.
Right, exactly. Yep.
Okay. Member Seraphy Cox.
Just that I think that I actually understand it now. So I wanted to see if you feel like you understand it. And if not, then perhaps I could try and explain what I think I just figured out. But if you feel like you understand it, then I'm fine and I can lower my hand.
Member Seraphy Cox, I would love for you to explain it. You feel
So,
like an epiphany moment.
so what I did is, in FY23, it's showing an actual of 3,097,000, da da da. If then in FY24, we're reducing the amount that we're spending of school choice, and that the difference between those is about 800 and I did my math a second ago. I think it was 870. And then, this is taking us into deficit. My hope is that at the end of FY24, there will be, what did you call them, tailings that could be put back into school choice to make it so that, school choice becomes more than zero again. But if you add the 270 to that, the difference between what you're spending in FY23 and what you're spending in FY24, that brings you to the 1.1 million that Susan was talking about. So it's the same deficit. It's just that Bobby has taken away spending from school choice that was being shown before. So we're spending less in school choice in order to be able to not have the significant deficit that Susan Wright was anticipating.
Thank you. That did help a lot. I just want to put out there that I'm uncomfortable with this reliance on tailings, which are not a consistent or known or recurring amount. So this feels a little bit like quicksand. And I'm worried that it could not materialize in the way that is hoped, and which could result in like mid-year cuts, which would be terrible. So this component of it makes me uncomfortable. And we also have to remember that there's still a reliance on ESSER, which are one-time funds, which is, again, what's getting us into this problem in the first place, is this reliance on one-time funds for recurring expenses. Member Stein.
Sorry, I put my hand down instead of unmuting. It's a Zoom error. Yeah, I was just going to add that I think one thing that's hard to wrap your brain around is when Bobby says we put it back in the budget, what she's really saying is we move the expenditure line, right, from the school choice account to the general account, right? And then like there's that other quicksand, which is once we move expenses off of this account to the other account, then we have to make the cuts there, right? So part of what I've been trying to figure out, which has been difficult, is understanding the total number of paras and when we had paras. So like part of the increase in FTEs was also to reduce the amount of paras. There was a trade-off, right? That's in that memo that we got that Josh shared from Pam Plummer. But I think we've actually probably added more back in that have been tied here. So like we keep adding positions and in an unsustainable way. And then now it's come home to roost, right? That's why you get that flip from FY21, the 4,059,000 to negative 1 million over, 4 fiscal years. So it's been like and these are all operational costs, right? These are not things that are easy to cut. These are all personnel. And they're all personnel largely tied either to specific classroom instruction and support or to special education instruction and support. So it's it's not something that's easy to deal with and untangle or unwind. So they're real fixed costs that we have to figure out. The broader question, though, that I want to raise, and I don't know that we can solve it tonight, is how should we understand this revolving account? Like historically, the practice was, and it's not even so much because it built up so high, but you essentially kind of treat it like the circuit breaker, but it revolves, right? So like you're going to get X amount of dollars that come in. You don't plan on budgeting more than what you anticipate coming in, but you build up probably a 1-year cushion in the account so that you have some overlap. If your school choice numbers plummet, you could still take a little bit, right? There's an equilibrium in how you manage it. So that's like one option. The problem is there's no safeguards. So what happened to us could just happen again, unless you made some sort of vote by the school committee that said, here's how this is going to be administered. I mean, the other option would be to just transfer this money to the general fund and not have a recurring account so that you can't overdraw it, right? You can't tie things to it and screw it up. I mean, that's another option. And sort of the other piece to this that is related but different is another type of revolving account, which Josh had mentioned earlier in the budgeting process, which is a really good idea, which is the revolving special education account. So that's a place where we could dedicate funds. That's a place where we could put remaining money that the district has going forward. So maybe it could be used in the future in certain ways that this account is being used in somewhat. So this is just like, there's a lot of bigger structural questions about how we want to try to avoid this problem in the future. And we have to make decisions about it. We sort of have to make them as part of this process, but there's a lot of pros and cons to sort of weigh. And these are like big structural considerations.
And I do agree with the mayor that it is a little risky to rely on the fact that maybe we could put 600,000 back in. But our other option is to figure out another 600,000 in cuts. So that is part of the school committee decision to make.
Josh, did you want to respond directly to that before I go to the other members?
Yes, I just wanted to make a quick, I mean, it's certainly not up to me, but a quick suggestion to address Member Stein's question around sort of how do we prevent ourselves from getting into this position in the future. One practice that had been pretty consistent in terms of previous fiscal years, and I've had to sort of have this experience firsthand, is that once the committee votes on a fiscal year budget, any sort of shift or addition of personnel or expenditure from school choice had typically been presented to the committee in the form of a memorandum and needed to be sort of approved before that shift could happen, so that all members of the committee knew sort of that we needed to add, for example, you know, a paraeducator, or we needed to shift money from, you know, payroll line to contracted services because there was a vacancy. And so that is one mechanism that could be used sort of once FY24's budget is voted upon and approved, sort of moving forward. That's a way for everyone to have a very clear sort of understanding of any additional expenditures that may come up. And then the last sort of comment that I wanted to make is that Member Stein is correct in that it's not sort of easy to shift where our staffing levels are currently, or sort of to reduce a fixed cost around personnel, because they are tied directly to kids in most instances, actually all instances. But the piece that I wanted to sort of share around that is that, unfortunately, despite the best of our planning, there are instances where unexpected costs come up, and sometimes the only place to pay for those is from school choice. So for example, if we had a student who moved in from out of state or another district, more from out of state, and say they were attending a collaborative, that might be a tuition of say $46,000 that we couldn't have planned for, that then all of a sudden I have to say, uh-oh. And so I would have to come in front of the committee and say, I need an extra $46,000 in order to pay this bill. And we have no choice but to start paying it. And so that is where, school choice is helpful not to sort of be in the red, because there's no other funding source really to make up those unexpected costs. And then that is one benefit of potentially having a stabilization fund specifically for special education costs, is then if that were to occur, it doesn't impact the general fund or school choice. There's sort of this reservation that still needs to be approved by the committee and actually the city council around what can be expended from year to year. So just some sort of larger structural pieces that may be helpful moving forward around those components.
Thank you. Josh, sorry, before you turn off your camera real quick. So before school choice had been started to sort of be relied on for some salaries, that's largely, am I right that that's largely what it was held in reserve? And then if you had one of those unexpected expenditures, that's where it would come from. Is that sort of what the main use of what it had been before it started being overspent?
So the only two personal experiences that I've had have been if we've needed to add para-educators mid-year, and we've needed to come in front of the committee. And I actually don't know what the funding source was. My guess would be that it was school choice, but I remember having to talk to the committee about the fact that we needed to add this position. This is why, this is how much it's going to be. And then the other piece that we've had to do is when we've brought a student back mid-year, for example, from an out-of-district tuition, an out-of-district placement, and we needed to allocate additional funding, whether it be from staff, contracted services, et cetera, then we would talk about, this is what we need to add to the budget, and this is where we're getting it from. But I don't know historically, only because I haven't been here. So I don't know where or what sort of 19, 20, 21, and even in some ways 22, sort of how that has happened, just because I haven't been here to be. But from 17, like 18, 19, that's what we've done in the past.
Okay. Got it. Thank you. Fair enough. Appreciate it. Member Goldman.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Dixon. I was actually just clarifying, because it's good to keep consistent language around these pieces, that when Member Stein was talking about a special services revolving account, he was also referring to what you just referred to as the Special Education or Special Services Stability Fund, which we do not yet have. Like we've talked about it, but have not yet established that our district has that or is going to.
Right.
That isn't right. We've talked about it, but it's not something we've moved forward yet, which I'm hoping we will do in the next couple months, actually. Okay. I just wanted to be clear about that. I'm not going to. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I was going to say, just know that you have to fund that stabilization account. That's all.
Yes. And that was the part of the discussion we had about the pros and cons of said fund, which I'm sure we'll revisit when we talk about it again, but let's not get into that tonight. Okay. Thank you. All
right. Member Agna.
I'm wondering how we could even consider a special education revolving fund, given the situation we're in. And I think you're right, Bobby, to say that we would have to fund it. And from what I've been hearing tonight and also last week at the Budget and Property Committee meeting, it's clearer to me, thank you, Bobby, for making it clear that there is a 1.2 and a 1.1 deficit, really. And that my concern then and now is the fact that the tailings, the prediction that the tailings will be there is a little quicksandy, I think, as the mayor said. So I feel like, and it's making me wake up in the middle of the night here to think about how we decide as a school committee whether to hedge our bets that we will go to that place where the tailings will be able to plug that hole, or do we not risk that, and do we think about further cuts? And I agree with the mayor that the idea of mid-year cuts is almost as nightmarish as more cuts than we've already had our administrators have to make. I'm not promoting any idea that we need to make more cuts. I'm just not sure that we can take the risk. I'm just really, really worried about that 600,000. I really appreciate your being so clear about it now, Bobby.
Yep.
Thank
And
you.
I don't envy you your position in deciding on that.
I'm realizing I don't even know where we are in the slideshow, but I'm not super far, I don't think. So and if there are no more questions about these two slides we were just discussing, shall we go on?
Bobby, this is also the next section, okay?
Okay, so these are the recommended reductions that came from meetings with the alt team, the principals, etc. So for Bridge Street School, they have a paraeducator that's retiring and they're not going to fill that position. They have a psychologist who is retiring and anticipate a savings in that hiring. The music teacher is the same thing. They have a retiree who is leaving and they anticipate, and this is all based on salary schedules and reviews with me and the principal. So they have that savings, and then they have a reduction in a 5th grade teacher, reducing 5th grade classes down to 2. And Jackson Street School, they have a retirement that they're not going to fill that position. Originally, I believe it was a 3rd grade that was going to have only 2 classrooms. That will now have 3. The kindergarten numbers have come in, so they feel they're able to cut that down to 2 classes for kindergarten. So again, so it's a retirement. They're not going to fill based on the numbers. The 3 kindergarten classes, they'll cut that to 2. And then they have a savings for the interventionist who is retiring and hope to hire at a lower. And again, hope. And then miscellaneous small cuts, which I didn't update the slide, but it's reducing, well, the clerical subs she won't be using. Clerical additional pay, she's reducing. Principal office supplies, she's reducing. Principal office other expenses, principal hardware, PD stipends and supplies, and PD conference expenses. Those will be reduced or eliminated. And that's how she came up with the 7,000 for that piece. And then leads, they have a retirement that they're not going to rehire. She's going to create, and this was all discussed in the last meeting, I believe, a grade 4-5 multi-grade level class, 2 grade 4 classes of 22, 2 grade 5 of 22, and 1 combo with 12 grade 4 and 8 grade 5 students. So that'll be that savings. And then the music teacher, retirement savings, grade 1 para educator is part of the ESSER cuts, not included in the 1.2 million that we're cutting. And same with the cafeteria monitor. That was an ESSER funded position. That was only a 1 year only. And then Ryan Road, the tech integrationist, you've seen that in another slide. It's a shared position, but they'll have a savings in that retirement. Reducing the BCBA down to a 0.5, lunch recess monitor, not rehiring, and then that would be taken over by building admin and tiered support specialists to cover. And then a special ed retirement anticipated savings. And then again, the same thing, a grade 1 para educator, not included in the $1.2 million cut, but that was funded by ESSER last year and won't continue into 24. And then JFK, they've reduced some of their smaller lines, enriching students curriculum, kickboard software, PD conferences, reducing their 504 down to a 0.5, 504 coordinator. The 6th grade SPED teacher, they used to have 3 teams, now they have 2. So they're reducing the 3 special education teachers to 2 special education teachers. Tech integration teacher, this one's a little tricky to explain, but originally they were going to reduce the tech integrationist position.
Bobby, I can't hear you for some reason. Suddenly, I don't know why. You're not muted, but you suddenly, can other people hear or no? No. Okay, suddenly you, there, say something.
Can you hear me?
You're back.
Okay. Huh. So the tech integrationist is a little tricky, as that's what I was saying. Originally, we were going to reduce that by 0.5. That position will actually be reduced by a 1.0, which will enable Principal Marion to hire a math interventionist, which will be full-time, paid 0.5 from the budget. So you still realize that 0.5 cut. And then the other 0.5 is coming from ESSER, which was still written in for FY24. And then savings in retirees for 24,000. You still hear me okay? Yeah, okay. Northampton is the high school is software 8,500, textbook 6,000, supplies 11. And then because he's not sure who's enrolling in what courses at this particular time, he's put in 3.2 FTEs for a total of 208,000. I know he's wrapping up who's enrolling in what, and we'll be able to identify those FTEs coming soon. And then to reduce a year-round administrator or secretary position, that's hard for me because not too many places still call them secretaries, but reduce 1 position to a 10-month versus the year-round position. And then to the district, I say that. Reducing the tech software hardware, 20,000. What that is that it's student tech helpers. Those student tech helpers will still be available. They'll be paid through a grant. Molly, before she had left, had ensured us that that grant would be available for at least 3 years. Again, this is, you're swapping out, using grant funds for people that you want to use, but it's a Band-Aid, as you will. PD supplies and other expenses by 4,000. Special ed restructure, 63,775. That was a change from previous. It was 53. 775, but Josh did think he could put another 10 into that from the monies that were set aside out of the 240 grant that we spoke of earlier. Nursing 42.8, which is the 0.5 care coordinator. They have a health grant that they need, and it is dependent on having a care coordinator. So we needed to keep that position in as a 0.5. And part of the restructuring, it will be the director of nursing will take on some of those duties that we're cutting. Math coach reducing to 0.45 or 0.5, 45,000. And I apologize that I didn't reply to an email, and I will get to that in regards to that position. But what I think is the intent is hopefully that there will be some grant funding that we can train the trainer, so to speak, to help in that area. And then Clark Rental, which is through Jackson Street School, they're working right now on an agreement to rent some of their space to Clark School. I don't think it's Clark School anymore, but for Clark Rental. Custodian floater, that position will be cut. And summer school reduced to by 38. That was actually, the actual line is not being reduced. I had increased the line for teachers and paras because we had typically overspent. I have talked with Josh and the transportation director to address some of the ways in which we could cut that expense. It's still going to mean, well, I'll finish that at the end. But anyway, digital literacy director, which was Molly McLaughlin's position, reduced to 0.5. Antonio is he's the IT person for the city. He is looking at ways in which we can reallocate some of her responsibilities and actually do this within a reduced, although he'd like to see the position in whole. Board docs, that's the one for the school committee. So we have a subscription that we're paying double that essentially. It's called Pro, and you don't need, in my opinion, this is my opinion, but right now we're not utilizing board docs in the way that we anticipate we will be. So we had originally done the Pro subscription, which includes subcommittees. So you could have more than just your typical committee meetings. I can see maybe in the future that that would be needed, but at this point, I think for the next few years, we could get away with doing just the regular subscription, which includes only the regular school committee meetings and not subcommittee meetings. Maintenance, after several of our last meetings, Tony Kuznaris, the maintenance director, came up with a couple of small lines that he could reduce. Copier lease, various lines amongst the district and the schools, an additional 10.5, and that we just settled a contract with our copier lease, and it came in at a lower amount, so we can reduce that for all the schools. And then non-represented raises, reducing them from 5 to 4. Instead of doing the 5%, reduce those to 4%. And it was suggested to do this because we do want to retain these positions that we have lost a lot in the previous years. I forget how many they had told me that you replaced this year alone. So that's what that is. That would be a savings from the 5% to the 4%. And then each one of these are just a link over to the schools that would show their enrollment, their class sizes. And I'm happy to show each link or have Janelle show each link. if you want, you tell me. I know there's a lot to be discussed, so do you want to go into each school's link or you good?
Member Goldman, did you have a thought
I
on
do have a
that?
question. Bobby, are all of these links now updated with the current information?
They are, well, whoop. Can you click on Jackson Street, Janelle, for me?
Yeah, thank you.
Because that's one I think she said might not be.
Jackson Street, the kindergarten is it?
Yeah, so yeah, so that's
Two,
updated.
grade 3 is at 3. Great.
Yeah.
And can we look at the leads one as well, please?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
Yeah.
that's where the grade 4, grade 5 combo comes in.
Yeah.
And then could you also just briefly click on the JFK, please? Okay, thank you. I have no need to see the others. I don't know if anyone else does.
Okay, Member Stein.
Yeah, I have some concerns with some of the proposed cuts that I wanted to mention, but before I do that, I just want to recognize how difficult it is for the alt team and everybody to try to figure out what cuts to make. And it's a very difficult task to be told, here's cuts you need, and then they've all, I think, responded in creative ways to try to minimize the impact of those cuts on the student population while being honest with us that there will be impacts. So I've just appreciated that. So I know that's going on. So my criticisms are not about the process or about the position they're in, right? But my concerns, I have a few. I'll put them on the table. I'm a bit concerned about the math coach going from 1 to 0.5. We've heard some really great early data about the impact of the new curriculum, and I know that the coaches were sort of central in bringing that online and helping teachers implement it. And I feel like we might be cutting that a little too fast, and we might hurt some of our progress. So I'd be worried about that. I'm concerned about the combined 4th and 5th grade class at Leeds. You know, I think it's a creative solution, and I think, as was discussed at the subcommittee meeting, it can be very innovative and beneficial, but it really depends on getting the right mix of kids and the right buy-in. And that's a lot to ask. And you're sort of hoping it goes well. And so I'm concerned about that instead of having an additional 5th grade class and reducing those other class sizes from 22. I'm concerned about losing a 1st grade para, which I think was at Ryan Road, but I'm not entirely sure if I got that right. I'm really concerned about losing 3.2 FTE at NHS and what the potential course impact is. And I fully understand we don't quite know yet until we see enrollments, but I think reducing offerings there is could potentially really disadvantage a lot of our students. And then, you know, I understand the concern about losing non-represented staff, but I have a hard time with the increase of 4 rather than 3 to match the teacher's contract. So that would be my other piece. And I'll just put those on the table. Thank you.
Member Miller.
First of all, I'd like to see the Jackson Street screen. The one about the class sizes. Yeah, Jackson Street. I'd just like to see the one with the class sizes. Well, that's slightly better than it was. Because so just previously, I wanted to say that, Bobby, I think you've done an amazing job with basically what we're doing is we have a deficit. And we can move funds around, but we're gonna have to cut no matter what. So I actually think these are better numbers than what I had previously seen. And though obviously I share Member Stein's concern that this creative solution in Leeds, at least it reduces the class size numbers. And these class size numbers are better because I'm not seeing any 25s anymore. I am still a little concerned about the math coach reduction because of the new math curriculum. But also I'm concerned that high school classes are as huge as they are. But no matter what, I know we're gonna have to cut something. There's no way to make up this deficit. But this is better. This is it was Leeds I was concerned about, and also, of course, I'm concerned about the 2 teams in 6th grade. It's just the wrong grade to have greater, greater class sizes and less attention, but I don't feel like there's anything else we can do. I've gone through every single line in the budget, every line, trying to figure out anything we can cut. So I think this is better than it was. I think that's all I have to say.
Okay, thanks. Member Robbins.
Thank you. So before we start kind of getting into that thing that school committees do about what to cut, what not to cut, what are, what's in front of us, what's there. I remember, and I've experienced myself, at least 2 of our candidates saying that when they look at budgets, they look at a district budget, you stand back and you say, what does the budget say about our district priorities? What matters to us? And I wonder what our priorities are. I'm standing back and looking at what our spending priorities are. And I know a lot of it is fueled by the morass that we're in at this point about being in a huge deficit and trying to swim out of it and not really having a plan in place for how we're going to do that in the future years. But I also heard them say some really engaging things about how they, as working with school committees, approached challenging issues like that, which included having time. It included being able to stand back. Some of them talked about starting the process really early, meeting together and really familiarizing themselves with it. Others took retreats. Some actually had an opportunity to spend time with outside educational finance consultants who help them see with different eyes, because people are buried in it day to day. It's really hard to have that kind of perspective. And I'm really wondering whether we have an opportunity to not vote on a budget tonight, but to take the opportunity to perhaps, I'm not going to say we should meet again, but maybe we should really encourage the possibility of hiring somebody who could come in and take a look at where we are and be able to give an additional perspective, and do that before we are defining what positions we're going to cut, what class sizes we're going to maintain, what we're not going to do. And additionally, one of the things I'm not seeing here, Bobby sent us a bunch of data today, which I really appreciate, but I don't think any of us got a chance to look at it. We haven't really looked at where we're making increases, and that's both salary and financial increases. Even if we look at 5% or 4%, it's not a lot over what a 3% or a 2.5% is, but it is at a higher salary range. And I want us to really look at that and to understand it at central office, and to think about other places in administration where we might still be top heavy, as much as we become reliant on those positions. If our priority might be those who are actually in the classroom with the children, I feel like we need to have some sort of a visual where we can stand back. It's almost like having an old felt board and being able to say, so here's the group that's in the classroom, here's the group that's here, here's the group that's there, and saying, so what's important to us? What do we really want to fund? And how will we find the funds to do that? And I, for one, am not ready to vote on a budget tonight. And I'm feeling like having this conversation about the line by line items about what cuts are really premature. Thanks for listening.
Thanks. Member Davis.
Thank you. I hate the line by line too, but some things really popped out at me. So I just wanted to say them, and I can save them for later if there's a more appropriate time. So somebody can just holler if that's what I need to do. But one of the things that came out at me when I was looking at Bridge Street and Jackson Street and Ryan Road and everything, there were a few of the creative ideas that the principals, so glad that they tried to come up with. What could we do that maybe wouldn't be too problematic if they're done well, and that the teachers are supported with how to do it. Like the idea of the combination class. That's not nothing. Those are two different groups of children in the same room, and there's a teacher maybe who had never done that before, and is kind of thrown into that, is going to be willing and work hard, but it might work out better if they have support or maybe training or something. So, I would go along with that better if I had more faith of, yes, they're not just going to be thrown to the wolves of figure this out, it'll be over next year or something like that. And I think the same thing goes with like the reducing 5th grade to 2 classes. If it's bigger than what the teachers are used to, make sure that there's support in some fashion. This may seem like a small thing, but one thing that I pictured at the Ryan Road idea of an admin person and the tiered support teacher doing lunch duty. That's a teacher that's not, that tiered support teacher is not over whoever that is that the math person? Is that the reading teacher? That's not in the classroom. That what I'm hearing is needed. So that one may seem teeny, but that jumped out at me as yikes. That's a teacher who's needed in the classroom. So was that the only one? Oh, the last little thing I was thinking was like the numbers that are subject to change. That's something that we have to be aware of, that like Member Miller mentioned, at least we don't see the 25s anymore. But if a whole little pile of kindergartners move into town, do you know what I mean? Then all of a sudden we might be at 22 or 23 in, over Ryan Road or wherever. So we're in a pickle, as a friend of mine used to say, but I think we just need to be aware that some of these ideas that are so creative that I appreciate might need some thinking for them to work well, and it might not be as bad.
Thanks, Member Davis. Member Levy.
Thanks. I fully agree. And I want to thank the folks on the administrative leadership team for their creative thinking. And I just want to echo that notion that I hope we can support those principals with the tools and support they need, so they can support the teachers with the tools and support they need for that to be successful. I asked for this at our last meeting, And I'm just having trouble understanding the numbers without seeing side by side. What are the additions? What are we spending more money on? What are we cutting? I've seen the cuts and I appreciate that. I think I get that. But without seeing that next to what is it we're spending more money on, I am having trouble really wrapping my head around these numbers and making sense of the cuts and saying, yes, this makes sense. We should cut these things, to Member Robbins' point, because this is in line with our vision. And yes, we should be spending more on these other things. One of the things that I hear us spending more money on, as has been said, is raises for our administrative leaders. I don't want to lose folks. I want to make that clear. I appreciate that the goal is retention. I like that goal. I want to retain folks. I also have trouble giving a bigger raise to our administrative leaders whose salaries are higher than we're giving to our teachers. And given the higher salaries, I don't want to seem like a jerk, but given all the cuts, I would really love to know from our administrative leadership team what's the raise that they feel like is appropriate, and to see what that looks like. The other thing that I'm really just worried about is, and I don't want to, I just want to say this, I need to see things. I don't want to just hear them explained. And without that, I'm having trouble I'm worried that our numbers don't add up. And I want to give you an example of what I'm talking about. First, can somebody tell me what an academic support teacher is?
I can say, to the best of my knowledge, that is one who supports either individuals or small groups of kids, so that they get the specialized attention that they need in order to.
Is that the term that our teachers are using for those roles?
I can't answer you that. That's
okay. It's a term that's.
Campbell, can you answer that?
No, they usually call interventionist. It just depends on each school.
Okay. So I guess first it would be helpful to use the language in our binders that that we use so we know who we're talking about. But so I also I'm not seeing the information that we used to get in these binders, like how many of those folks who are said to be academic support teachers, how many are in which school and how many students they're serving. But I want to show you a page that concerns me because I'm just trying to make sense of it, and maybe you can help me understand. There's not a page number here, but in the budget book, I'm in the tab for leads. In my budget book, that's the 5th tab. And I'm on the second to last page, which is the page that starts the line items for leads. And when I look at academic support teachers, without knowing exactly how many of those folks we're talking about, I'm seeing that FY23 approved budget is $212,084. FY24 proposed budget is $130,904. So there's a difference here of $81,180. But when you showed us the slide for leads of who they're cutting, I didn't see any cuts to these positions. So I don't understand why that number would be $81,000 lower if they're not cutting folks. Perhaps they are, and I'm misunderstanding.
No, they are not cutting. And that could be, I'd have to research that, but I think they have the exact same number that they had. And there's a variety of places that they're paid through. So there's Title I, ESSER, and the general fund. So I can get back to you on that one.
Okay, that would be really helpful. When I look at the line underneath that, FY23 for classroom teachers is 1,076,369. For FY24, it's 1,154,000. This is higher. And is that because of raise? Like, is that because of the teacher salaries going up with their raises? And if so, how do we understand that within the context of all of the raises that are coming through? Is that the raises? Is that why that's higher?
Yeah, it would be raises, steps, column changes, any of those things that would have an effect on those salary lines.
Yeah. So for me,
Also,
if I know, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Also could be in part that if you had anybody who left the position and came in at a higher rate, or left and came in at, somebody else came in at a lower rate. So if, just say you had a grade 2 that resigned and went to a different district, and the person that came in for that position, this is hypothetical, by the way, came in at either a higher or lower, that would be reflected in that number as well.
Yeah. So I guess for me to understand all of these different numbers, it would be really helpful to have an understanding of this is what we're paying. And please point me to this in the budget book if it's there, and I apologize if I've missed it. Here's what we're spending. This is the increase for teacher salaries across the board. This is how many FTEs we have at this school that's justifying what this number is. Without seeing the numbers, it's hard for me to say, oh, okay, this makes sense to have this many folks at this school, but that many folks at that school, because now we can put it together with what you're saying is the number of students who are requiring services and so on. Like, without those breakdowns, it's hard for me as
May
a
I
member.
step in for 1 second? Because
Please.
each school might have a different makeup. So you can't say at one school we might have 20, but the other depends on the makeup of the kids. So I think, are you trying to say like every school is supposed to have 20 FTEs? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well,
Or
I'm
what are you trying to?
saying that I want to know how many FTEs there are at each school,
Okay.
because there are different populations at each
Okay.
school. So to make sense of why are there this many special education teachers here? Why are there this many, like, what are the FTEs that are where? And how does that then equate to these numbers that we're seeing for salaries? And again, if the salaries are going up, seeing that all in one place of here are our increases next to our cuts. The last thing I want to say, I do hope that in our next meeting, Dr. Pearson Campbell, you can present to us what the administrative leadership team thinks is fair in terms of increases in salaries. That, to me, I don't know if that's 4% or 5% or lower. The other thing that I want for the school committee to recognize is, while we don't necessarily, there are folks who maybe don't want to go line by line at this moment, we don't have that many more meetings. And if we're going to ask the superintendent to come back with another draft or another version of a draft, I think we've got to be able to give her some direction. So I heard from folks that they're uncomfortable with some of the cuts. And if they're uncomfortable with some of the cuts, Dr. Pearson Campbell is going to have to come back with some different cuts. And so this is the time for us to give her some direction. So for the folks who are saying, I'd like to look at this again, I think I just want folks to know that this is an okay time to get into some of those line items.
Member Goldman.
Thank you. I just want to be clear. I mean, I myself also am proposing that we not vote on this budget this evening. So I don't think we need to feel that pressure. Also, Bobby, I want to thank you for all of the sort of supplemental information you're getting us. Getting that information to us has been very helpful. So we actually know what we're struggling with or not struggling with. I know you're getting bombarded with questions, and that is nothing new. That is the case for every person in your position since I've started, and that's just kind of how it rolls. So you're doing great. Keep it up. We'll keep going. We gotta, but to Dina's member Levy's point, I agree. I am definitely, I want to work on this budget. Right now, this budget is with the full committee tonight. And so it's important for us to come together and talk about the budget and work on this, because there are no other opportunities for us to come together as a team and work on this budget, and for each of you who aren't on the subcommittee in particular to have a chance to voice where you're feeling into the budget, because this is a decision we all have to make. So I really appreciate everyone's contribution, and I also appreciate a call to try to keep in line with our aspirations, our goals and visions, and try to keep our conversation moving in towards that North Star, and not getting too caught up around. The subcommittee has a meeting on April 10th. The next committee, when we have to vote for the budget, is on the 13th. So we have quite a bit of work to do in the next, 2 weeks. So thank you for that. Also, Principal Wentz, I'm wondering if you would mind popping in and talking a little bit about the supports for the 4th, 5th combo class. Not just something brief to address that piece.
Should be able to unmute Principal. Whoops, there you go.
Hi, good evening. I'm gonna keep my video off. I apologize. So at Leeds, we have a couple of teachers who are interested in actually doing the 4-5 combination class. We haven't put anything in place for the 4-5 combo class until it's approved. But we have, we definitely need to make sure that the teachers are supported, that they're able to access both common planning with both grade levels, that the makeup of the class is not going to be like the high fives, the low fives, and the high fours, where we're talking about heterogeneous groupings. And definitely making sure, research shows that the multi-level classroom there are a lot of pros for students and the cons are for the teachers. So definitely making sure that there's plenty of support in the makeup of the class with the schedule, and using some of our specials blocks to help access that as well. So I hope that helps answer some of that.
Very helpful. Yes. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll hold. Thank you.
Member Gazy.
Hi, I have one thing I wanted to say just in general is looking at this cliff that we are facing, and the incredible difficulty that we foresee in digging out of the hole. I think we really need to think in the long term about consolidating our elementary schools. We've got 4 old buildings, trying to make equitable class sizes when you've got them, when you're dealing with neighborhood schools. It just seems to me that that is something that we need to think about as maybe a way to move forward, but it's not for this place. I just throw it out there as a thing. A couple of things that I sort of am wondering is that 5% administrators raise, which is proposed to go down to 4. If teachers are getting 3, then why shouldn't the administrators tighten their belts too? And go down to 3 instead of 4. I noticed that in the descriptions for given by Principal Wentz that last year they made a cut in their school secretarial services or administrative assistants. And, you know, I know that's something that none of the principals want to look like, but I would love to hear from Principal Wentz, who has lived with it for a year, what it's actually like. Is it doable? I have a question about the JFK slide about enrollment. It says that these are class sizes for 23-24, and they give the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade classes, but then they give the 5th grade numbers for 2023, 2024 6th graders. So I'm wondering if the numbers that we have for 6th, 7th, and 8th really are 7th, 8th, going into 9th, and then the 5th. I was confused about it. It wasn't clear to me. And those were my points. I don't know if anybody can answer me about JFK or if Principal Wentz could speak.
Which Principal Wentz?
Hello again. Thank you for that question. We do only have one administrative assistant at Leeds this year. When we started this budget process, we were asked, if we could have anything we wanted, what would you have? One of those positions was to put back at least a part-time secretarial position to manage our attendance and making sure that our kids are in school and keeping track of that. I do a lot of my own administrative work. So, I took that on. So it was an ask to put back in, but then we were asked to make cuts. So, I guess I would say that even though I made the cut, at least a half time going back, I could see putting that back, but it's just not in the cards at the moment. Does that help?
Yes, that's that answers my question. I'm just looking for other places.
I hear you.
And does anybody know about the JFK numbers? What are the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade numbers really this year, and it's just labeled for next year? Or
I can look forward. I had to pull out the slide. Give me 1 second.
it's in the it's in section 2 in the JFK section in our book. Each school gives its own little presentation. While we're doing, move on, and I'll.
Yeah, can I just ask a clarifying question, because it's been mentioned a few times? I just want to understand the administrators, those are COLAs. Do they also have steps as well? Or are they just COLAs? Because the other contracts have steps and COLAs.
Right, that's exactly right. Yeah, so they just have the COLA. and not steps. And so if you were to look at, like, for instance, Unit A teachers, the minimum raises they have with their steps and their COLAs is 5%, including those at the top step, because when they negotiated, it looks like they tried to level out that top step. So at least for next year and last year, they get, even at the top step, the 5%. And then same with paraeducators, they're between, well, they're a little bit higher because they got a step and then their COLA, which was a $2 an hour increase. And most of the other, well, not most, all of the other bargaining units have steps.
I see. That makes it clearer. Thank you, Mayor.
Did you just unmute Dr. Pearson Campbell, or should I go on to to Member Stein?
Want to Member Stein.
Okay, Member Stein.
One of the things I'm wondering about, and we talked a little bit about this at the subcommittee meeting, was at JFK when we're moving from 3 special education teachers down to 2, because now we have 2 teams. We got the current year enrollment for the 6th grade class and the incoming. I can't find my note with that, but they're pretty similar, still around 200 kids. So I guess my question is, like, can we meet all the special ed, like, do we know if we can meet all of the special education needs for that cohort with 2 teachers or not? Because the way it was sort of presented was, well, we have 2 teams, so we'll have 2 teachers, but we still have the same number of kids. And unless there's like a significant reduction in the number of IEPs or 504s, like, are we adequately staffed? So that's like a question I'd like to know. And then the other point I want to make is just to follow up on what Member Gazy said regarding like long-term sort of structural thinking about district costs. And I was fortunate yesterday to be at the Northampton, I'm going to screw this title up, the Energy and Sustainability Commission, with Elijah from the Youth Commission, talking about electric school buses. And Councilmember Mayoria had kindly invited us to talk with them. And as part of that conversation there, I think Council Member Elkins said that there's going to be a report sort of on the infrastructure at the schools and what it would take to get them into compliance with the goals of sustainability, and that there are some bigger things in that report which we should talk about and think about in terms of long-term planning and long-term costs. And I think that's true. So, I mean, I'd love for the conversations on the improvements in the retrofitting to be part of like a larger strategic conversation with the school committee about where is the district heading? What does it need to look like? Where can we recognize long-term savings? Where are our long-term costs? And what's the best way for us to get there? And it seems like there's some interest from members of the city council to do that kind of work, especially as all these sort of investments are being talked about. So I'm just putting that out there to forward Member Gazy's idea and to say, I think there's a real possibility for these conversations, and that really doing some strategic planning and thinking could help us avert, increased costs in a number of years to come. But we're still going to have a couple of difficult years at least, but I'd love for us to do that.
Thank you. If I can just respond real quick, Member Stein. When I was talking about the capital plan, I talked to the city council about that, and I would very much like to have that conversation because, as we work towards our 2030 municipal goals, I talked to you all about the significant capital expenditures just around the schools. So the schools are our largest, the largest part of our carbon footprint, right? So they are the biggest things that we need to decarbonize. And we're trying to be strategic about where we're starting with them. But if there are other kind of bigger conversations to be had, I certainly would rather that we not expend tens of millions of dollars. And we're looking at grants, and there are all sorts of ways we're gonna fund this and through capital, but like, let's be smart about these expenditures and also potentially help how we're structuring our school budget as well. Member Robbins.
Thank you. And thank you for that, Mayor, because I remember talking to Councilor Mary about that last year. I think it was Ryan, there were funds being put into the Ryan Road roof. And, you know, it was going to be a long-term project, an expensive project. It came out of your capital funds. And how did we work with the city? Smart and green, and working forward. And I will absolutely second and be thrilled at the idea that our district creates a strategic plan committee. I think we definitely need one. It's a smart thing to do. It pays off in the long run. It is another committee, but it's strategically an important one to have. And I would propose that that's something we move on sooner rather than later. And I will ask us to look at other districts that have actually decided to create new green schools, to consolidate and create one school where there were several, and the lag time that it takes to get there, working with the state for grants. I'm also going to advocate for us to work with Smith Vocational to consider some of the large state grants that are available to us to work together to develop their campus and expand our academic program to the Smith Vocational students, and for our students to be able to share those pathway programs that are present in our high school that we might be able to take more advantage of. I will say, with a strategic plan in mind and a larger view, I do have a laundry list of, I think, potential areas we can look at cuts. I kind of prefer to share those in an email with the Dr. Pearson Campbell and the others, but the focus that I have is largely around looking at, I support, I think, Josh's proposal for the restructuring. What I don't support is the central piece of hiring another administrator to support that as an advisor, which frees up a lot of money. That's a very high-end job, and it's a very expensive job. I'd rather see that go into people who are in front of the students. But if he feels that having a BCBA present at all of the schools is going to make a difference in our presentation to the state, we would know the result of that, I would assume, within a year. It's either a good guess or it's a guess that washed one way or the other. Bobby did share with us earlier some of the numbers that are in the offices, and I have absolutely no idea what's behind this, but I did, when we're talking about clerical cuts, I know that in the schools, we really do need secretaries in the schools. We need that touch base. We need to free up administrators in order to be where they need to be and not answering the phone. But I'm curious about the numbers of clerics that there are in the special ed and business office, and I wonder if there's some room for movement around that. I believe I think 3 in the special ed office and maybe 3.7. I know that includes payroll in the business office, but maybe there's some wiggle room there. I would suggest that we really try to emulate raises for non-union negotiated administrative positions that are held at 2.5%, which I believe is our Union B raises. That's what our other administrators have dealt with. And I would also exclude new contracts that were awarded between, say, November and now, because those are negotiated at a rate where those employees came in, and I'm not sure it's really time to award a percentage increase since they haven't been here. I take an exception at thinking about non-contracted employees working, or non-negotiated employees working on contracts that are similar to our steps, because steps are awarded to our faculty and our staff based on experience and education. And that's a very, very, it's a long crafted process. And when we hire administrators at schools, we certainly award them salaries based on that. But for existing employees, I think it's a different story. So that's a conversation to have as well. I would be discouraged having a Title IX position. And I heard, I think in the conversation today that our health and safety RN would be assuming some other duties, but I wonder if that contract would need to be renegotiated if she's not doing the Title IX work, which is pretty substantial. And I would recommend that the Title IX work go back into the special education department, where I think it historically has rested. I had questions about a $10,000 summer EL field trip budget. and a $27,000 EL increase. I don't know what the components are to that. I'm not sure we need a full-time 504 coordinator. Maybe that could be a half. I wonder if we need, I don't know if it's 2 or 3 administrative assistants at NHS. Maybe that's a place where we could do with one less around that. So, you know, the place for the special education evaluation coordinators, I understand that that is something that we might want to work at, but I do want to have an answer about the whether they're contractually allowed to apply or to approve our district resources. And I feel most comfortable having all those go in front of their primary supervisor when it's there. When we talk about adding stuff back in, the first grade paras seems to me to be important. I echo the need for school hall and recess support staff. I think administrative staff belong doing their work, and teachers need to be doing their work, and anything we can do to free them up. Full-time math and literacy coaches are just, there's no argument not to have them. They're incredibly important. And also, I've heard a lot from constituents too, and from faculty, building-based subs allow paras to focus on their students. And apparently paras do a lot of coverage when there are teachers who are out. So I don't know how we'd build that back in, but it's a priority for a lot of folks. And then ultimately in the larger view, it would be around really stepping back and thinking about our model of how we use our full-time employees, which now include a great number of special education teachers, and considering the thought of exploring special education teachers as co-teachers in the content classroom, which does take a lot of training and planning and working towards, but in the long run, it means we're focusing on an inclusion model that might work for an awful lot of kids without doing pullouts. So I will send this list to you, Dr. Pearson Campbell. I have more questions on it, as you'll know, as I always do. And I appreciate the opportunity to share that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Looks like Chris Wentz has maybe a reply, and also Josh.
No, I'm all set. I just forgot to put my hand down.
Okay, thanks. What about you, Josh?
I just wanted to, so some of the things will be sort of longer term, but one thing that I did just want to respond to for Member Robbins is that actually, so currently there's 3 administrators in the special ed, well, student services, but special ed primarily. So there's myself and 2 associates. And so in the restructuring, one of those administrative positions is eliminated for FY24. So it's not hiring another administrator. It's actually reducing an administrator. And the administrator salary and the $65,000 in the reservation from our entitlement grants that we're required to make is what's paying for the 2 coordinator / ETL positions at the elementary schools. So I just wanted to clarify that, because I don't want anybody to think that we're adding administrative staff. It's actually eliminating administrative staff from the student services department to put them back in the buildings for that sort of exact reason. And then the other piece that I wanted to just sort of touch on is that because of the number of IEPs and paperwork that we process on an ongoing basis, I was cautious about reducing any clerical support in the office until we see sort of how the ETL and coordinator pieces play out, because some additional responsibility is going on to those roles from our special education teachers, especially with the rollout of the new IEP that is happening between fall of 23 and fall of 24. And so I just wanted to be really cautious about sort of knowing exactly how sort of our first round of changes would impact sort of a domino effect, some other pieces. Some of the feedback from staff has been around having the clerical support in our office take on more scheduling of team meetings and taking that off of our teachers and our ETL so that they can focus on supporting our faculty. And so it's not that I didn't look at that piece. I just want to be clear that I sort of didn't want to make all of these changes all at once. without sort of seeing how some of those pieces play out to be a little bit more strategic. And I agree around co-teaching, and that feels like a strategic plan for special education seems like a phenomenal idea in terms of thinking about a 3 to 5 year vision. And that is certainly a model that we can look at. And then the last piece is just around Title IX. So the only piece that I wanted to sort of clarify is that Title IX has historically been with our Director of Health, Safety, and Equity programs. Title IX demands have certainly changed over the course of the time since Karen Jarvis Vance was here originally, and then it moved to Lisa, and now it's Candy. But historically, that has never fell under special ed. In some districts, it does. So for example, in East Hampton, the Director of Special Education sort of wears the hat of Title IX as well. And in Amherst, they have an individual administrator who does that. So it's actually their family engagement administrator, which I thought was an interesting sort of place to put that. And so I don't necessarily know that we would have, there may be ways for us to sort of move that responsibility around without having to expend any more sort of funding from the cuts from the nursing department. I just wanted to clarify that it's always sort of fell in that role, which I don't necessarily know that's the best place for it, but that's sort of where it has been.
Thank you, Josh. I'll just say, I think our conversation is around focusing on how we keep the folks who are in front of the kids in front of the kids. So that's what drives that. Thanks.
Okay. So where are we, folks? We completed, you did the whole slide deck, yes, Bobby? Yeah, okay. Member Stein, do you have another comment?
I'm gonna try to make a motion since it seems like maybe people are done making comments for the moment. So I was gonna make a motion. The motion is the following, that we the next Budget and Property Subcommittee, which Member Goldman mentioned is on April 10th, we'll have conversation at that point about some of the proposed changes that were suggested here. Bobby and Josh and Janelle could come back with ideas to make those things possible or not. And then we will talk about it in that meeting and bring something back to the full committee on the 13th. Also, people could send additional comments to the subcommittee or to the administrators, but I'm not sure what else we could do tonight. Yeah.
Okay, so that was a motion. Is there a second? You're thinking about it, Member Levy, I can tell.
Yeah, but Member Goldman had her hand up.
Oh, yeah, were you raising? I was just looking for a shout out second, but Member Goldman, was that a second? Or
Member Stein, could you repeat the motion again, could you repeat the motion, please?
I'll make it more concise. Okay, making a motion to not vote on the budget, to discuss it with some of the ideas presented tonight at the next Budget and Property Subcommittee, and to take up the issue of the budget again at the April 13th or 14th meeting. 13th.
I'd like to second it and make a friendly amendment, propose a friendly amendment. I wonder if there's an appetite for a subcommittee meeting next week. I'm nervous about waiting until the 10th for a check-in on this. And so I'm also wanting to check in with Member Agna and Annie.
Member Agna, I believe, had to leave. I don't see her, and she had said she might bow out. I will share your concern about waiting till the 10th and then the 13th.
I would definitely accept a friendly amendment. And also would just say, I really also liked, I think we're in deliberation on the motion now.
Yep.
Okay. I like what Member Robbins suggested about trying to think about the values that the budget embodies and the cuts that we're making. I know we're under a very difficult timeline, but to the extent that it's feasible, perhaps some of that work could happen at the next budget and property subcommittee meeting if we can get one next week. And I don't know if we have to notice it in a certain way for our colleagues to participate. But I don't want it to be a special meeting of the school committee, but if people want to come and do that work, right, with us, I certainly would like to try to include them in some way.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, Annie can post it
It
accordingly.
can be jointly posted.
Okay.
Why does it have to be jointly posted?
Well, how it's been done on the city council is jointly posted as like a full committee meeting.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That way there, a quorum can be there and participating of the full committee.
Okay, I can do that.
Yeah, Annie, you've done this before for us where we've wanted to make sure that we're allowing for more people to show up without being in violation.
I can do that. I just was confused for a minute because I was looking at the calendar. The first thing I want to ask is, Member Robbins, I've moved the curriculum subcommittee meeting to the 5th. Is that what you had asked me to do in an email you sent a few days ago?
I think it was supposed to be on the 5th. We meet on Wednesdays.
Yeah, we got a little confused just because we were moving things around with the budget, with the rules and policy subcommittee. So I have moved that to the 5th, which means that next week, there is room in the afternoon on Tuesday the 4th.
I'm sorry to interrupt. The 5th is Passover. I just want us as a district, there's been a lot of scheduling over holidays.
That's why it wasn't on the 5th. Now you're reminding me. That's why I moved it, Member Robbins, because I actually think Member Levy had asked me a while ago to move it back because it was Passover. So do you want me to move it back to the 4th?
So the problem with that, and I get it, is that we're not having a collective conversation. So I get it that it got moved. I didn't know it was moved. I'm the chair of the committee. I only found it because I went to the school committee calendar and I found it there, but it was put in at the 5th originally. And Dina, you probably did say something about it and I understood it, but we have now asked Tiffany twice to come on the 5th. So can you ask her if she can come on the 4th?
I fully support your doing that as the chair of the committee, as somebody who's engaged in equity work. I'm sure she would understand the reasoning. We did have a conversation about this, I believe, at our last meeting. It's on my calendar as on the 4th.
That's interesting because it's not mine and it was on the other calendars the 5th, but can you ask Tiffany? Because I told her the 5th. So can you ask her if it's the 4th?
I just think that's awkward. You're in conversation with her. I appreciate your continuing that conversation with her.
I'm sorry, you were the one who invited her, so I can do that. I just thought you might want to do that, so I will.
Well, you've been in direct back and forth with her. I sent the initial email and I said the two of you can connect, and so I think the two of you have connected.
Okay.
So I'm gonna, let's forget about the 5th since it's Passover. And I'm gonna, for now, pencil in the 4th and I'll wait for the curriculum subcommittee and I'll wait to hear back from you, Member Robbins, about that. So that leaves us with, tomorrow's Thursday. That leaves us with the 3rd. Wait, can I do that? No, we have no room on the 3rd. That leaves us with the 6th. So there is some room in the afternoon on the 6th for budget and property subcommittee.
Sorry to be a downer. The 6th is also Passover.
I know.
And Friday's Good Friday. So we're sort
And
of.
Friday's Good Friday. Well, I did take the day off tomorrow because I have people coming to my house to do some work, but I can jump on and post a meeting for Monday. I guess if we could do something in the afternoon and the budget and property subcommittee can make a time.
Monday,
the 3rd.
Mike, how soon can you start?
I can't, well, it would have to be at night on Monday because I'm taking my son to an appointment in Boston in the afternoon.
Sure.
So
Can you still do Monday night then?
trying to think when we'll get back.
Of course, we have to consider member Agna.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm not sure when I'll get back. Maybe I could be back by like 8:30, but that's, I don't know how late people want to go. I mean, if member Agna could do it, I would not want to hold it up. If,
We could also do an evening meeting on Tuesday, the 4th, because the curriculum subcommittee is at 5. So we could do a 6:30 maybe.
I could do that.
That's better.
Yeah, I mean, I can make that easily. It's just that Monday is like the only day where I can't do it afternoon.
6:30 is good. We usually, we really limit our meeting time, and this one we might need to be a little more flexible.
Longer.
I think.
Okay.
Yeah, might need to run a little longer so we can.
That's fine. Since we're.
do
I'm
the-
I'm gonna remind folks that Gwen is also on the curriculum committee.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. That's going to take a lot of her time on that night, but I just need an okay. Should you show hands or should we take a vote on that?
Okay, let's just, Mike, maybe you can amend the motion for the subcommittee to meet twice before the 13th.
Sure, yeah.
And we'll stick with that.
And then we'll sort of tentatively think about Tuesday, depending what member Agnes says.
Yeah, we really need her to be roped. I sorry, can't go any farther in this conversation without her.
Okay, so will it be me that writes to member Agna, or does somebody want to take on that role?
I'm happy to get in touch with her.
Okay,
I won't deliberate at all. I will.
And then
just
let me know,
schedule.
and I'll post it whenever you can do it.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
I'm amending, I'm giving myself I'm taking Kaya's friendly amendment. And we're gonna have 2 budget and property meetings before the meeting on the 13th. And we will announce as soon as we confirm and book that one hopefully on Tuesday evening.
Can you remind folks, so the one that was already scheduled was the 10th?
Yes, the 10th.
At what time?
4:30, I think.
Yeah, 4:30 to 6 usually, or 6:30, 4:30 to 6:30.
4:30. I mean, we could do the 11th. That would work.
Okay. I'll be in. I'll
Right.
I'll figure out the time.
Okay.
I mean, but of course I need you to be there too, Annie.
Yes.
You're a part of what we do. So
I know you'll communicate with me about it and we'll figure it out. And,
we'll
first we'll
include
have
you
to,
in the scheduling.
but
Thank you.
because we're inviting the full committee, it has to be everybody's okay with it too. We don't want to leave anybody out.
Right. We wouldn't schedule it on Passover or Good Friday.
Right.
Okay. Any further, so that was a motion, right? So any further discussion to that motion? Seeing none, roll call, please, Annie.
Member Golden.
Yes.
Member Agna is here. Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Robbins.
Yes.
Member Gazy. Member Gazy still with us tonight?
See her. Maybe she got booted off.
There she is, yelling and screaming. I see her.
Oh, there she is.
You're back, Member Gazy.
Oh, no.
And now you're frozen.
She's frozen, yeah.
We'll come back. Member Stein.
Yes.
School committee.
Member Seraphy Cox. I skipped you, sorry. Member Seraphy Cox. I wonder if she's there. Anyway, Member Gazy, are you aware of what we are voting on?
That's what I was asking is it member Stein's motion?
Yeah.
Motion
put
to
it
not
off?
vote the budget tonight and to have 2 budget and property subcommittee meetings that would also include the full committee if they wanted to be there between now and the 13th.
Okay, I'm done with that. Yes.
Yes, okay. Member Seraphy Cox. I think she might have stepped away. Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
and Member Seraphy Cox, one more time. Okay, either way, it passes.
Okay,
8 in favor.
thank you. All right, so we know our next steps. There's nothing else on the agenda. So if there's no further discussion, I'm right, there's nothing else on the agenda, right? I didn't actually look.
Yes, there's nothing else that.
Okay,
that-
so if there's no further discussion,
Motion to adjourn.
thank you.
Second.
There's made by member Levy, seconded by member Goldman. Roll call, please, Annie.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Robbins,
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox, Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
and Member Goldman.
Yes.
All right, thank you, everyone. Good night.
Thank you.
Good night. Kaya will be